Michelle?
Oh, you're not going to do the narration?
No, it's your time now.
It was water.
It was water.
Pizza.
It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it where the sun wasn't out. Not the sunlight. Not that sunlight would kill me. But if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white, I could hardly see a thing. Which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. As I was meandering through the courtyard, I spotted someone I had never seen before. A warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around smiling.
Keebo.
My apologies. You just have such a beautiful courtyard here. I let myself in for a little walk.
Long chestnut hair flowed around feminine shoulders. It swayed slightly in the wind. A cloud of mediocrity disparate in the light of her smile.
You must be Michelle. You're just as pretty as I heard.
And you are?
My name is Aimee. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there baffled by this strange woman, she stepped towards me, kissed me softly on the cheek.
I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michelle.
Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear. Electrifyingly sweet.
I'm Georgie's fiance.
And it also stuck another needle into my chest. She was a noble girl by the name of Aimee Jabot. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to a shrine. No one had told me my brothers was to be married. It came out of nowhere. And it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Aimee was there too. And they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father, Antoine, looked so proud of his two boys, Didier, soon to receive his assignment, and Georgie's, soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly, Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family. But my mind was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Aimee with my eyes, watching the way those slender fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips parting to allow a piece of fruit in. Her deep red tongue visible, but for the briefest of moments. The way all muscles in her face seemed to relax and bless as sweet juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was decently feminine in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Aimee was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around. Or, more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I had assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess after all. But for some odd reason, I felt so much less suffocated around her than my mother. One night, Aimee's family, an array of nobles from both houses, social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din, the likes of which I had never heard in my life, filled the great halls. Everywhere I looked, there were people. Serpents scrambled every which way, silverwares clanged against dishes in the most constant hum. Voices from all directions. I felt monetarily ill.
Hey, D, I feel like we're critically short on waiters. Don't look good for us.
Who was it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are those people?
They're artists, like me. I met them at the court. Let's see, we have some painters, composers, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it.
None of them have any connections to the Joburgs or Bollingers.
Sure they do. We're friends. And you know, this is me and Aimee's party.
You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize you have a reputation to uphold.
Off in the corner, several men, presumably Georgie's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didia's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didia and the free-spirited Georgies were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky.
Come here, guys.
Georgie's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, then led them to where I stood.
What are you doing hiding in the corner, Michelle? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends.
No, Georgie's put his hands on my shoulders, peeling me off the wall and sitting me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Dia, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was trading pleasantries facing away from me.
This is my baby sister, Michelle. Be nice.
Georgie's? I don't.
Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure hit. And how old are you now? 12, mayhap?
Now, don't treat the lady like a child. I'll have you know she's 14.
All the more reason she should be out there making friends. The old court would flip if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister. George, eh?
Don't be a brute, my man. Little Angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons.
Uh-oh. Sounds like I've been shown to lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed.
Their laughs grated on my nerves. And so did the way Georgie spoke as though I was his property. They looked like they were praising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I had been paying enough attention to notice the man who asked if I was 12 and the rest of them to examine me from head to toe and search for curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14. But what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Aimee's for my mother's.
Now then, milady, a proper greeting.
The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing.
Go on, Michelle. He's waiting.
He whispered into my ear. That was when it all came back to me, the traditional greeting formed between a man and a woman.
Come on, Michelle. Don't tell me you forgot what to do.
I knew. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man for him to kiss. And all I had to do was hold out my hand while I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against the simple act. The thought of the man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through?
Michelle!
At the sound of Georgie's frantic voice, my arm cranked up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, there was still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. and I understood that. I also understood that as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss a woman's hand. The proper way to do it required him simply mimic the act rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. A man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged in reality, took my hand in his, and then he pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What do you... Reluctantly, I smacked the man's hand away. Georgie's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug.
I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. But is that even not a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious.
I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults. I bit my tongue and stumped off instead.
What? Michelle! Hey, come back, Michelle!
I had spent all that time convincing myself I wouldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word of it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too. But I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the great halls. I feel so dirty. You call that a greeting? No, that was no greeting. That was... I'll be taking that. I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? I was angry and had every right to be. He had not performed the proper greeting. Even in jest, he had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior for a Criscat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was...
That wasn't very nice of you, running off like that.
At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth, almost directing against my back. A man from the great hall grabbed me by the wrist, spun me around and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of the wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. All the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think he was especially strong either. He was hardly built like Didia. And still, I couldn't move him an inch.
You got a tongue like a boy, milady. I know some people are fond of that these days. Can say I'm mine myself.
Let go. Had I always been this feeble? Are my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with this body?
Now, just so we're clear, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm no monster. I promise you that.
Then why are you holding me against the wall?
Because I want to try chance to try and rule you. I apologize to make you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper.
Then let go of me.
If I do that, you run away. It's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother said you can't go outside, so if you're upset you'll lose now. Might never get a chance to catch you again.
I wanted to vomit. Apparently, taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going.
You're not accustomed to being around men. Don't want to use this as an opportunity to get familiar. Not a half-baked idea, to do say so myself. I think we do get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me, I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want.
Get away from me.
You really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep them all for myself. With music like that, I could write the most incredible songs you ever heard.
I said get back. You creep.
Huh, that's odd. This one never failed me.
The man brought his face just entrance for mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-drenched breath against my cheeks. It gave me chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested.
You'll be soon enough, darling. You simply never known a man's touch.
He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still he closed in. Closer and closer. The word faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat so near it made me nauseous. My eyes flooded open, but there was nothing there. I only felt. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away. Pulled my fist back and slammed it against his jaw. Again and again and again, until his face was unrecognizable. And again and again and again, I beat him. But reality would have none of that.
Michelle! Hey, what do you think you're doing?
3 seconds, 10 seconds longer? I had no idea how much time I had lost. And the next thing I know, Georgie's had the man by the collar, back against the wall, staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows, and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a cloud. While they went at it, I distractedly drifted away. I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was pounding loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would serve to worsen my humiliation. Only magnified how wretched I was. Only make me more affected. I bit down on my lip hard. I had no need for that trash on my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for that trash on my body. All of this, every bit last of it. That was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right. God damn it. I knew good and well a girl shouldn't not be using such words. Even Didia and Georgie's would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying it. Regardless. God damn it. It was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame. All it would accomplish was making me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying over like a girl any day. I released a sigh that was halfway to be a scream, then started crawling wildly up my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strain of it. I didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. Because in that case, what did I want from my body?
Michelle? May I come in, Michelle?
It was Georgie's voice. Slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited these people into this house. I would be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him.
Michelle.
At the same time, he also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despise myself for being so helpless.
Sorry, Michelle. Didn't mean to hurt you.
It's not locked. After a few minutes of silence, Georgie stepped into my room.
Your hair's a mess, Michelle. My God, you're bleeding.
That was when I first noticed a stinging sensation in my lower lip. And the metallic taste spread through my mouth. I had been biting it much harder than I realized. There's a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling onto my clothes when Georgie's wiped it away.
I'm really sorry, Michelle. He can be a real ass when he drinks. He's a bit of a womanizer at that. Never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. Didn't mean for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance he may have, genuinely taking a liking to you.
That just makes it worse.
Sorry. You're right. Want to be with a man you like, I understand.
He ran his hands through my hair, as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything. A joke of a doll. I don't.
Huh?
I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However,
I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. You're kind of awful for introducing you to him, but there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'd be best off forgetting today ever happened.
I was dead certain, but apparently that wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who wanted to touch me and made my skin crawl. Why? Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brothers' bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoy spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was a particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were going in circles.
Are you okay, Michelle?
He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern. But I couldn't answer him. How was I supposed to articulate this? My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence. You would understand.
Georgie? How's Michelle?
Amy's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I had been caught in a compromising situation by the last person who wanted to see me.
Yeah, she's doing good. Aren't you?
Yes, I'm fine.
Glad to hear it.
I was clearly lying, even looking him in the eyes when I said it, but that seemed to have gone over Georgie's heads. Aimee, on the other hand,
You don't look fine at all.
she said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room.
Georgie, Father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her.
Oh, he is? Is he? Is he? All right then. Sounds good.
Once the sounds of Georgie's footsteps had faded into nothing, Aimee took a seat beside me without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders.
It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this.
My heart leaped into my throat, and beyond the shock, only found myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's.
That must have been terrifying. But don't worry, you're safe now.
It wasn't really, no.
No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had me pinned against the wall, I'd be scared too.
I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself.
All right, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give Georgie a stern talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover.
You're a lot more tedious than I thought.
As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you'll figure it out soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll still be difficult to forget what happened to you today.
Georgie's had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and Aimee, that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in our individual perceptions, or was it the differences between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. He didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak.
That's just the way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you'll almost never overpower one. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself.
Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for. Her words seemed filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice. I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Aimee frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was a mother's request or her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being alone in her scent day after day stroked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible, because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. Understood that the things I was feeling were undertowed, to say the least.
Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before.
I think having color is much more prettier.
Oh? Well, Georgie says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Living with such a splendid example of the color must have given him a very high standard of quality. Say, Michelle, maybe you could tell me about yourself today. I would love to get to know you better.
Tell you about myself?
Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests.
I enjoy playing chess. And I consider myself quite good.
Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michelle.
Would you like to try? I could teach you.
I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. I doubt I would be any good.
Oh, okay.
What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstones? Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at?
I don't have any favorites, no. And I'm not especially good with a needle either.
No? Do you have shaky hands then?
I wouldn't say that, no. I'm fairly good with a knife, I think.
A knife? Oh, like a kitchen knife?
No, a sculpting knife.
Sculpting?
Is that really so strange?
It is a bit unusual, I'd say.
But Georgie does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint.
Georgie is an artist and a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting.
Why is it okay for him, but not for me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference?
Well, why don't we practice embroidery together, Michelle? I get the feeling you've spent too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be.
She sounds just like Mother. And she gives the same reason too. Because I'm a girl. And not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. That said, if I agree, I can spend more time with her. Okay.
Wonderful. We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or, if you prefer, you could give it to your father or brother. I would like Georgie to have what I make, though.
Oh, I've been wondering. Did you and Georgie meet at the courtyard? Royal Court?
Oh, heavens no. I've never been to the court. One day, my father told me I was getting married. And the next day is when we first met.
It happened that quickly?
What? Are you worried about me, Michelle? Don't worry. I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in their games. But Georgie, he's different. He's a gentleman.
A gentleman. Him?
You sound surprised.
I believe Hinetus dudes better.
Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith he'll do good by me.
I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him. Especially a man she only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn, and she knew it. Though maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though.
One day, you'll meet the right man for you, Michelle. And he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man.
I would rather not find anyone.
I suppose this is all still too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michelle?
14.
Oh, wow. I assumed you were younger.
Do I really look that young?
No hard feelings. You're just like a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all.
Hey! She playfully grabbed me and started prodding at my chest. As her delicate fingers slid against my skin, I found myself gripped by every indecent urges. Every heavy thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurling to the surface.
You're so cold, you know that?
She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with Georgie? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was keen on it, putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure unfiltered impulse. In my attempt to escape her grip, I twisted around only to find my face inches from Aimee's. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Aimee sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally exhausted. I'm sorry. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time.
Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much?
Aimee was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all.
Then I must have startled you. I'm sorry. If I'd let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident.
What do you mean, accident?
A kiss on the lips is...
It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Aimee.
I seem to have confused you somewhat, Michelle.
What?
I know I can be very touchy-feely with you. And you took that to mean you should do the same.
No.
You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save the lips for the man you love. I should get going then. Georgie starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention.
Hold on. Aimee.
So long, Michelle.
She wouldn't hear me out. Once Aimee had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart. But Aimee was Georgie, fiancé. No, that wasn't the problem. My body was not meant for her love. I woke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending, stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. After pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice.
I'm still concerned about staying here.
Aimee's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place.
It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her.
A tiny jolt ran down my spine. My muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked.
She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends, and asked me to be one for her, which is why...
Oh, she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me, that she had no fondness for me, and my yearning for her was one-sided.
She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me. Always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her.
She had seen through me from day one. Understood what I was feeling before even I had.
It's disgusting. Homosexuality.
Homosexuality. Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again. That overpowering discomfort. That fear coursing through my veins. That repulsion. That irritation. That aberration. What on earth was I? Did I view Aimee as a member of the same sex? Were the things that felt homosexual? I heard Aimee sigh from behind the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confiding in all this time, replied,
Greg?
Okay, I wasn't sure because you skipped the other line. I'm like, I guess we'll let the guy just not talk. But okay, and one with undeveloped social skills. Besides, understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love. And I didn't know this until recently, but if she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking.
was not the man's I had assumed it was.
Shit.
No!
The other-
It tricked us.
They need, this song's so tough, man. It's
Gotta go back.
How are we supposed to know, man? Like... You gotta rewind.
If it will let him.
Fine.
It's floating at us. But it
Oh, good.
There you
We have
go.
the log here. Very good. I
She's
think
still
it
just a
starts right there.
child. One with undeveloped social skills besides. Understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love, and I didn't know this until recently. But when she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. The other day she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. It's not very often there a woman other than mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you, and something got mixed up in her head.
Why was Lydia out there with her?
I hope that's all it was.
Aimee, hadn't she told me? You thought Georgie wasn't a gentleman. So what were you doing? Getting so friendly with Lydia. And Lydia. Weren't you my ally? Or was it all an act, just like her? You were going to be a knight. So why were you out here with her, with your brother's fiancée?
I'm glad to have you here, so I hope we can figure out something to make it work.
I'll do what I can, but... And I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out.
She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georgie or Didier. The needles piercing me exploded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by dozens of them, and the heated signs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Why? What were you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Aimee? It's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Aimee's smiles, Lydia's kindness. Georgie, what about Georgie? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? God damn it. I would not cry. I will not cry. can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my ears, my eyes shut, as tight as I could manage, tired to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. Next day, I woke up with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering heat of wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seamlessly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had fallen this ill, but I had never fallen this ill before either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy, like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they all were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even before going to sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed, as if in prayer. Don't worry. It'll be alright, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are His child. You are His angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctor says it's just a flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there were faintnesses in her voice, as if they were really for her. For so long, she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation. But seeing her through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry. Only the sound that came from my mouth, was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own. I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Dia, and I was Georgie. In my dreams, I fell in love with Aimee. And in my dreams, I loved her.
You're disgusting.
But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there before. However, What the? My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the enormous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. Your turn.
The pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality.
Michelle! Michelle!
My mother scrambled into my chambers. I remember the times she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out, in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother?
What? What's wrong with your voice? Michelle? Ah, I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle?
A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stepped towards me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin.
You don't have a fever.
But I hurt all over. My joints.
You're still sick, Michelle? But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now, back to bed with you. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back.
As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And it was. What was I turning into? A voice. It was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal, though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet. So long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother too stopped visiting me. The only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Aimee, Didier, or George. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face, and her breasts exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me the next day, I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hair from the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked mother's curves. My skin, Aimee's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally, I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength. But who would have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword? I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier. I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Miss Shell. Don't need the last two. Michelle. Ha! For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. It was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last two letters changed the meaning entirely, turning from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Aimee, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard to decide myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I'd seen in this locked room for far too long. This was what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I've been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. They need to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet around over my shoulders and threw open my door. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now, I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this change within me was His answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes fell on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gather in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit. With the money, had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Aimee's voice sang her praises for George, her beloved husband, and mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, a mere shadow of family.
It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone.
I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere, yet just locked me in my room.
I hope she recovers soon.
I was never sick at all. The child you called Michelle was actually your son. That's all there was to it.
Huh?
Hmm? Everyone's gaze is concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then, with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago.
Who are you?
Surely I've forgotten my face, have you? Father?
Michelle.
Michelle? This boy is Michelle?
A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. George gaped. Aimee watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl.
What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed to it had I known.
No, you're wrong. She's Michelle, is my daughter.
You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look.
You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damn full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms? You?
What? What are you talking about? Why, Didier? Why not me? What? Hey? Anyone want to explain that for me?
What has been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for George, but I whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor.
Cursed.
A chilling darkness oozed from her voice.
She's cursed. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave her to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her.
The mother lifted her head, had difficulty believing that was the same woman had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face.
Restrain her, throw her in her room, and lock the door. She's a girl? A girl. She was a girl. I swear it.
Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cry set me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted.
Restrain her. Please, someone restrain her.
Fear reigned in the great hall, but then several moments of icy silence were broken by mutterings that shocked me as much as anyone else.
You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination.
You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm... what? I see myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat and was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why was Aimee looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine. I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed.
There's nothing there. You've got nothing there.
Nothing. There? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me.
She's a girl. She's my daughter.
Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over.
She was a girl.
As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Aimee stared at me with disgust in her eyes. George was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in a perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on a parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl. I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant surge of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michelle, the female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but that concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What does she mean by that? Why did she look at me that way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please! Servant Greg?
I have brought your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then.
Wait.
What?
Wait a minute.
Yes? What do you need, Michelle?
Are you a man or a woman?
Pardon?
Which are you?
I am exactly what I appear to be.
Which are you?
I am a man. If that is all, I will be going now.
Clothes off.
What?
Take your clothes off. Right now. Everything. Even your underclothes.
What? Surely you jest, Michelle.
I am very serious.
It cannot possibly.
Why not?
I cannot expose myself.
I ordered you to take off your clothes.
You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider.
What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off.
Michelle!
I ordered you to take your clothes off. Like even the tiniest silver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what Aimee had meant. I wanted to find the truth. Not knowing, I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. The dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? A lower body lacked the part that made a man a man.
Are you satisfied, Michelle?
It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like.
I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer. For the young Bollinger daughter.
Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest. Listen to my voice. How can you possibly think of any of that belongs to a girl?
How you appear does not...
There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes. Not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and reality dangling there before me, blew the lid once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you'd be no different than me.
What?
Everything else? Everything else is all the same. So why? Why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't?
Michelle!
I'm a man. I'm a man just like you. I'm no one's daughter. If you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Without that, you're no different than me. It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain.
Please don't do this, Michelle.
In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding in the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. Without it, you'd be just like me.
Get off me, please. Someone help.
I'll make you just like me.
Get in here, someone, anyone. Michelle. She's delirious.
Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more of them than when I had made the scene in the great hall. A dozen manservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion. In the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother, looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why? Why would you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! After that, I was shut in my room again. Even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was going to go so long without water. My throat was dry and cracked. I felt it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please, give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me, and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only crumbled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone? I clawed the door, begging for help. Someone, open the door! Anyone? Water, I need water. 1 drop, that's all I need. I'm gonna die in here. Someone? Anyone? Mother? Father? Didier? George? Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone. Water. Didier? George? Ah! Anyone? But not a single soul came to the door. No food or water. The 3rd day came and went, and then the 4th. By that point, I was unexpectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and sat there, covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Keebo Abigail?
Did you hear that?
Abigail Ike Light?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I already got that part. Thank you.
I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michelle.
They said she was cursed.
Maybe she sold her soul to the devil.
How dreadful.
We should stay away from that door. If we don't want to be cursed too.
I am not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil.
I'm kind of scared.
I might have to find work somewhere else.
Gotta make sure we stay away from that door.
Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong.
Lady Michelle has lost her mind.
She's deranged.
I'm scared even thinking about her.
I am not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine.
She's right crazy.
She's right mad.
No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. The 5th and then the 6th day passed. By that point, I was hovering on death's brink. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I've been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why, when the door had so yearned to open, actually did. As someone stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it. George? Is that you, George?
My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Well, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead.
It was actually... My mind was playing tricks. It was actually Aimee's voice.
Oh my gosh, you're alive! Here, have some water. Just for you. I'm sorry, really. Okay, enough.
This is a funny picture. Okay. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset.
I couldn't tell what she was saying. I could hear her garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her.
The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode. So I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore.
Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here.
At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit.
Water.
What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that.
Water.
But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of.
Water.
What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here.
She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hands swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips. Then she let go.
Go on, drink. You better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink.
In that moment, I could hear the sound that last my dignity crumbling away. Driven slowly by my survival instinct, I bent down towards the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle.
You really did it. This is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingers, sucking water out of a carpet. I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun.
Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was a plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat. I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time, given how badly malnourished I had been. Aimee continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me.
Come on, open up. Today, I'm going to feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death?
Aimee, why are you doing this?
Why? Because it's fun. Why else?
You married into this family, you sick wretch. What gives you the idea you can treat me...
Are you saying that because I'm married in, I'm of lesser stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities?
Aimee!
I would rather you not speak my name, if you wouldn't mind.
That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or George, will make you pay for this.
You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Hang on, loudness from the other room. I don't know if you hear it.
You guys hear?
We can definitely hear it.
You hear
What is he
Didier and
playing?
George in the back?
Aimee, just keep on talking, you little...
Okay. Hey.
Little what?
Anyway, assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you.
That's a lie.
Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. That you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you?
I am not mad.
I don't know. You look plenty mad to me.
Fine. Then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate. And from you.
You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You'd never find work. I give you a week at best.
You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own.
Maybe, but either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off.
How is that at all necessary?
Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect, and you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood?
So this is the real you? You just pretend to be respectable, when in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been pulling on the act ever since you got here.
You make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you.
How's this normal?
Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act.
Liar.
Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you.
Aimee!
You know, life as a noble woman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation.
So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him?
And it all would have worked out beautifully, too, if you had only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice now, was it? Is it any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle.
I brought this on myself? Don't you dare. Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you try to pretend otherwise. Damn you!
Oh my, such language.
Cunt.
You're not being very
Damn.
nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know.
I'm not a girl.
Then what are you?
I'm a man.
A man? With that body?
Aimee quietly rose, grabbed me by the hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me!
You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't.
Get? She traced the lines of my emaciated lips with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest.
But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part.
Stop! Get off me! I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms, but as Aimee has said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg. Get off me! Groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked out at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away. Just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. Ah! I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Ah! Aimee looked down at me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face.
Oh my, does that hurt? There's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts?
Stop, please. And she didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh.
What are you exactly, Michelle? From the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either.
Aimee, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away my spirit.
What a strange creature you are.
Stop! Stop! If I could have died right there and there, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through.
You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michelle. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you've lusted after me with this body? Seriously. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me.
Aimee's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day, but her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after Aimee started caring for me,
Have you been a good girl, Michelle? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michelle? Your food's right there. It's gonna get cold. Go on, eat. But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you?
you.
What was that? Do you have something to say?
I'll kill.
I can't understand a word you're saying, Michelle. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk.
Oh, you.
Huh?
I'm going to kill you. Aimee! That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowered desire to end someone's life. I want to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her. And like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of so-and-so's blow is far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined not to let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone, rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious, and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me.
Let go!
My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear my life I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Aimee's foot flew right up to my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again, and again, and again. Stop. I got my chest, my legs, and my face.
What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am, bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing?
Gasping for breath, my consciousness lifting away from me. I caught a glimpse of Aimee's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when it did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon.
Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you?
Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself a weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and vicious, relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red. I could hardly feel my own face. It was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took.
Ah, jeez. What am I gonna do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it. And tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and George's faces.
They will not.
You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle? You're a demon child.
Why? Was I the demon, and not her? Why? Did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me, of the time before my body had transformed, the days when we were all so sure of our happiness, kept me changed to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this?
Michelle! Oh, Michelle! Are you in there?
Light.
You're back.
Did you need something, Georgies?
Oh, come on, don't be like that. I have to need something to talk to you.
No. But you look like you were in an unusual good mood, so I thought...
Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out.
I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy?
Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather.
Ah,
What do you say we go for a little stroll? Well, we can. Dee's around today, too. See what he's up for. It'd be like old times. Been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us lunch, and then... Oh, we'll take a couple horses up to the forest's edge.
I'm fine with that if you are.
You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now, come on, let's go.
An outing, you say?
Yep. Hop on a couple horses and head for the forest. Haven't done this in a while, so I figured, why not?
I see. Well, Michelle is coming. I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away.
Whoa, slow down there. Saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? Michelle or nothing?
Of course. Why on earth would I go horse riding alone with you? I would rather drown myself.
Le gasp!
Oh, Didier. Could I perhaps make a small request?
Go on. Let's hear it.
Do you mind if I hold a horse's reins?
Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If not gentle, he starts getting moody with you. I doubt that would be a problem for you though, Michelle.
I'll be careful.
Hey, whoa! Slow down, guys!
Look at that, Michelle. George is still fumbling around all the way back there.
Are we going a bit too fast?
No, you're fine. That you're able to get past that so quickly is to proof of your talent.
Ah, finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know? Why can't we just enjoy the scenery and indulge in some nice pathos?
A warrior and his horse need not a pathos. Isn't that right, Mr. O?
It certainly is, Didier.
Come on, you guys! Be nice! This was my idea! Really taken after old D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers, or dancing with butterflies, or gazing out at a beautiful sunset, or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism.
Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though.
You let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle.
You let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my. I'm gonna have two meathead siblings before I know it.
What did you call me?
Now you two. Why don't we stop here for a picnic?
Seconded. My stomach's been rumbling up a storm. Took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there.
I hope your horse throws you into a river.
Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home.
Cat?
Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house. Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is.
George, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is.
It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean.
Think so? How about this? Keep it in the courtyard. Feed it on days when it's clear. You could do it when it's cloudy, Michelle.
I don't know what cats eat, though.
I bet he'd like pastries.
Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea.
Sorry.
Oh, put the stick out of your arse, D. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn.
Don't experiment on animals.
Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? And keep an eye on us, make sure we don't do anything stupid.
What? Now you're trying to jack me into this?
Already done. You're in. It's settled.
Damn it, George!
Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle?
What? You want me to name it?
Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this.
Now, George, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like.
You said the cat was freckled and ugly?
Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe.
Alright then. Ugly Speckles.
That's its name?
It would seem you don't have a future in the arts, Michelle.
But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georgie.
I did, yes. You could have tried a little harder than that, though. But, you know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Ugly Speckles.
It's not that funny.
It is quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I...
Not you too, Didier.
We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch.
That we should. When Michelle gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. 3 of us, and our ugly, speckled cat.
You said it. We're all good friends here, after all.
I've never been your friend, though.
God, must you always be such a jerk? Ugly Speckles!
Didier, George, was Aimee telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier, George, why do you not open this door for me? Let me out. Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too? Like Aimee? Didier? George? How do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation? Everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in the darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. My nightmare at Aimee's hand didn't end there either. As much as I loathe to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day, I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door without off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter.
Time for supper, Michelle. I brought your favorite, parsnips. Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm going to cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way, you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. It's murky? Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What, you don't want any? Then what am I going to do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive, in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. She knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body, and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt like I was. She delighted in telling me I was a male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, at about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh,
I'm done.
and that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still in prison, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Aimee having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such a fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had reoccurring nightmares about the things Aimee had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity at the silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often find myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door, yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of the door whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I've been confined for more than 2 years at this point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, and suddenly there was a loud banging on the door.
Michelle? Michelle, are you awake?
George,
Oh, sorry about that. I was taking a sip of water. If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble.
Lower your damned voice.
But
When I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. And 2 years have never once came for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times they called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. And there was another bam bam. The sound was half consumed by the crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality.
Please, say something, Michelle.
seriously, there's no time.
You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you?
Come on, just one word, Michelle.
Is it really you, Didier, George? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. It was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke.
There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it.
Why?
Because
Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child. You're a mark of shame on our name. So he's gonna have you executed.
George!
Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore?
Planned for tomorrow morning. We've only just found out ourselves, which is why
You're prepared a way for me to escape? But why?
Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're a family. Something terrible has gotten to Father.
I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. I couldn't keep up all those emotions brought up for so long. I mouthed my feelings, I thought, how I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment, swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? It really felt that way. Then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door, begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once.
Michelle.
I scare you, don't I? I think I've gone insane, that I lost my mind. That I sold my soul to the devil, don't you?
no, Michelle. We don't.
Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free?
Michelle, we don't think you lost your mind at all.
So you didn't want to see me then? You didn't want to face what I become? Tell me I'm wrong, Didier, George. You left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years. Locked me away so you didn't have to see me.
I'm sorry. I'm just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the corp. It is night now, He's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry.
As am I. I cannot say that you're wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure. Even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And George feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead.
What he said, Shao. There's not much time. I need to get you out of here.
I bit down hard at my lower lip. Hard enough to draw blood. What was that? I started sobbing. It's a little late for that.
Michelle,
If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed.
If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I?
What are you? You're
a Bollinger. You're our family, and that's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long.
Can I trust you? Can I trust that even the whole world said I'm cursed? That you always be on my side? That you always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, George?
You absolutely can, Michelle. I swear to God on high.
and I swear to the god of art.
Michelle,
I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I?
I would rather you didn't try. He is not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you.
Okay, I'll go.
Oh, thank goodness.
The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michelle. It's a property Father purchased some time ago. But due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight.
What kinds of rumors?
Well,
No point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there.
A witch?
I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check the place out, and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure.
I hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michelle. I cannot say how long it will be, but Father will pass away eventually. When he does, George will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time.
If I don't leave, I'm gonna be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything.
We'll make this work. Don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family.
George,
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Bollinger.
I see. Okay, then?
Can I open the door now?
Just a minute.
What? You're still not ready?
I don't have any clothing.
Right. You wouldn't. Huh?
how tall are you now, Michelle?
Around the same height as you, I think.
You're taller than me? Damn.
Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes.
Thank you.
Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michelle.
That's not true. I don't think.
I'll be back soon. Get what you need together.
Alright. Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from George, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories.
The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michelle, just tell me. Now. Or you can have a servant pass the message on to me.
I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can think of one thing. I would like a chess set.
Alright, have one made.
I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible?
Are you sure you want that beaten old thing?
Yes, I want that one.
Alright, then I'll include it in the first delivery.
I'll send you something too, Michelle. Anything you want. Just tell me.
In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, George, so it don't have to be anything special.
Gotcha. So some canvas and how about some charcoal? On your back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay?
Okay.
I know this is already hard enough on you, Michelle. But I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you.
So, I can't talk to anyone but his servants?
Put simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you are actually alive. Especially father. Please, do this for me.
I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself.
Right.
Does anyone else know I'm still alive?
Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was our idea.
It was?
She loves you, Michelle. She really does. I'm just, having a little trouble facing the truth. Even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again.
I expect Mother will be writing you. So please, take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that?
Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great. Suffice.
Alright.
Just so you know, it kills me and Dee that we can't stand up to Dad. As long as he lives, his word is God in this house.
I understand that, yes.
Well, You never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. A week from now and bam, he's dead as Dee's social life.
Is there not an ounce of respect in your body?
Give me a break, I'm upset. It's gone way too far. Once he's dragged his arse off to the grip beyond anything goes. Surprise! Michelle's alive!
Yeah, I suppose.
So then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple big babies and laughing our tails off inside.
You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours.
I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Aimee will suspect a thing.
Aimee.
Yeah, not even she can know. I'm gonna crush her, I'm sure. The less people who know, the better.
When Georgia said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been a year and a half since the hell she put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. It seemed Georgia had yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask.
I know you two were close.
Huh?
Are you worried about how this might affect her?
What?
She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? And you wouldn't let the servants in.
What?
From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there.
Who the hell told you that?
Huh? Is that not what happened?
Did something happen between you two, Michelle?
Aimee. Aimee didn't do a damn... Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what went through into words. It will only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. George, how are things between you and Aimee?
So letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. Oh my gosh. I cried for weeks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me, something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go when she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining.
So, you would say you're happy then, George?
Sure would, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kinda head over heels for her. Hard not to like a girl like Aimee.
Oh, I see.
You really feel that bad about 2 years ago?
So she's still keeping up with the good girl facade around Georgia and Didier. No one else knows. She's like a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But Georgia thinks he's happy. I can't take that away from him.
Michelle?
Oh, right, yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys.
It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing than you could.
Because I have undeveloped social skills.
You heard that?
One hell of a nasty streak, huh, D?
Ugh.
I'm glad to hear we're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other.
We know the blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michelle. Though your transformation was too much for mother and father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George A. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing.
God's a little bit of a jerk, too.
Try not to forget I am a knight, George A.
In time?
In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay?
Didier?
Yes.
Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again?
Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will.
Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together.
One last question then.
Yes?
Am I your brother?
Well, I mean, look at you. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are.
I see. So long then.
Farewell. May good health bless you until we meet again.
Till then, Michelle.
Farewell. Before seeing me off for good, Bill gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first, and then George A. The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as it shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had from a new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georgia had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't uneasy. It was more than mere pretend. Diddy had said that, with time, things could change. But now, how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to in that cursed mansion. Next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, but my shameful history.
I warned you, my dear. I told you, you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now, do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There, you were a young man with a sad fate. But you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events are not far from the truth. I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details. Your ugliness, your body troubles, all of it. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair? Michel, you tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past. And you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But you can't honestly blame her. The truth you kept hiding away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her
Silence!
wasn't actually a man.
Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it.
What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You surround yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. You're the fairest, one of all, the weakest. And it's about time you accept that and stop trying to fight it.
I am not weak.
Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate most in the world, yourself. Your weakness, your ugliness. Face it in despair.
No, don't! Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despised the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed. I had no choice. I'm dragged back into the life I once lived. My pleas for mercy, fading into dark nothingness. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into distance, but I've been on the road for some time now. We long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought it had possibly been sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely, then, the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wonder if he had been swindled by his previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally, there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It is certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting this place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Sitting there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty, and the air was mainly years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window? Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran through the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat lamp of silver bent in the middle was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but a cross. Why, though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around a chapel, rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface, and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away. My heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. I was looking at a long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched out so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the third or fourth loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside. And far off in distance, beyond a seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere am I ever going to go. So many stairs. It's been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had an opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful. Damn it. My turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. It was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze towards yet another door. Unlike the first, what on earth? A tangled rope covered the surface, layers upon layers of it, making it intently abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted though. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped into several pieces, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want or couldn't allow others to see what hid beneath them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. But I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully, burning through one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door, and then I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze rushed up past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. I cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. Rumors say a witch lives in the mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there at the top of the tower and retreated into thought. I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at the solo window, so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and an occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light? Or had they come to despise a tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had there been some sort of wicked criminal imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Had been branded with a non-existent curse. I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were, vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. What had gone through their minds as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house, unwanted and alone, robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me? That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, George, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when I say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we play chess? That we draw pictures? That nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, that had grown to resemble a man. That had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If it was asking too much, then at the very least, I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier, George, I pray that you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that the day might arrive when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me. In all her letters, she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I waited expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What it was now was what was meant to be. All that time I spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. He said no, the curse would never be broken, because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. But the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I had once had, sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was. I started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, it was also checking in on me, making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse has still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me, to please tell me what I am, if I truly am cursed, and perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, his shoulder, his hand. From the size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have been young when their life withered away. Poor child, you know I feel blessed compared to you. Oh, how miserable it must have been, locked away up in this tower, to have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death, and I alone shall tell comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself. Because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I was in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Over time, the air in the mansion seems to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick black sludge. Soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long, I had almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple of days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man. But I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor. Inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brush strokes, though. They were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had long, white hair. White hair. It was a flash jet of paint that had nearly faded away. The half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood has spilled from those gorges I had long since lost any sensation of pain, but now it was back. No, George, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was the letter in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did in all her correspondence. My beloved daughter Michelle, every day I pray that your curse might be broken. But lately, I've come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you're supposed to be. So long you have spent in that accursed form, it's little surprise you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self? You don't even remember what that is. So I asked George to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michelle. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? That flowing white hair, skin like glass, those deep, enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers and modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had to imagine what you would look like now. That is what you would look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking to be as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear, sweet Michelle, this is you. This is the real you. You're beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, you can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget it about all the dreadful things that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you. The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me. Her eyes seemed to insist I was not me. That she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud. Laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? 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 I yanked at my hair. Why, George? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me, so why? Why'd you make this? I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed, just like Mother. And that's why you haven't written to me. Why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my fate get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all a show? Was my execution just a lie? Excuse for you just to send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me, George. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No, this isn't real. My voice is getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold in. Everything came spilling out of me. Squeezed out by the phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife to use to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! I slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me! This isn't me! I'm not this woman! I am a man! Carved into it. This is not how I looked! With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am! Don't call me repulsive! Don't say I'm an abomination! I turned to a smile, contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real! I wanted to curse the whole damned world. For every last thing, this wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers, for happily going about their lives as stuff here in the darkness. My delusional mother, for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father, for trying to have me killed. Aimee, for making me realize I was a man, and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care about anyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had. Morgana?
I can make that happen.
A voice rang out.
I can curse them for you, my dear.
It was a woman's voice, muffled like there were several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides. Behind me. But there was no one else around.
Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I have been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world.
How am I supposed to know who you are?
How could you not, my dear? You visited me so many times. Held me in your arms, whispered, "Poor child," into my ear again and again.
What? No, that's not possible. I see. I finally truly lost my mind.
If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain.
The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time.
Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand.
I knew in the back of my mind that was all absorbed. But nonetheless, I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental. But I marched for the tower, unconcerned.
For so long I have been waiting. Waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness. For the day someone would set me free. When you arrive at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work. That you were led here. That you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for other gains. You were the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay by my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me a little life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door. Michelle.
I felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either mother's or Aimee's. Enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was a ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else.
Thank you for opening the door.
It was empty. The skeleton which had been sitting there as long as I'd been at this house had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only a voice whispering in my ear.
You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge.
Revenge?
Now, I can make those men suffer as a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end.
The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let off a half-muffled cackle. Who are you?
Oh, you poor dear. He locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Though, that's exactly the person I needed.
You're not the witch, are you?
That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana.
Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale.
If you don't believe me, I'll be happy to show you. Let's see. I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against. Drag them down into the dark abyss. You are the one who granted freedom, after all. Sympathize with me. Pitied me. Appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse. And for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michelle. Much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they would become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me, who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you are made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother, who made that ridiculous painting.
George.
Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead. Or the woman who sent you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask, and I will perform a miracle for you.
I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it. Magic truly did exist in the world, then her words were laced with it. There's a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have had to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them. To curse my brothers, mother, father, Aimee. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that.
What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show you my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse?
The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse?
Oh, and you're welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even.
I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I'd been born female.
Why don't you become the new head of the estate?
Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier, George, mother, father, Aimee, all of them? They had to exile me to this place.
Have your revenge.
A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories, of emotions, flashed through my mind.
George A.
But at the oh my gosh. But at the end of the day, we're family. Get past anything.
With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and George A.
I don't understand. What would I think about them now? They abandoned me. Let me in that room for 2 years, and then let me here for 8 more. I don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I...
Have you made up your mind?
I have.
Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse?
No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana.
Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them?
It struck me just now that I can't do that to a family. I cannot curse my own family.
This is a family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion? And they don't even feel the slightest bit of remorse about any of it?
I understand that. I know that I don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that I don't want the same things I do, that I trusted them more than I ever deserved.
So why then can you not curse them?
Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy.
You have no place in that happiness, though. Is it a happiness that rests upon your misfortune? Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself?
I will find no respite by cursing them.
How could you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience. I can see that. But that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier.
Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family.
Why not someone who isn't family then? Surely you can think at least one person you'd like to see dead.
Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her a dozen times and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down, all because I couldn't restrain my own hatred.
Your concern for them will devour you.
Don't think I'm not aware of that.
You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still have to care for your family now, in time, you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michelle. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire deep, deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it.
The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant. Overwhelmed, I collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch for my hatred, maybe that was what was it now? Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, or place a curse on someone, I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. Not for the greater good or anything so noble. No, every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them. She serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deeply I put my fingers in my ears, her voice sounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous.
Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? Your fixation on holding onto your sanity is causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There is more darkness. More seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I told you this already.
You're so desperate to deny it, Michelle. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt.
I do not wish to kill Didier or George, a mother or father. I had no desire whatever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head.
Be honest with yourself, Michael. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines on your hands. standing over their bodies.
No, I don't. That's not what I want.
Don't lie, Michelle. You climbed the tower. You opened the door. You sought me.
No, I wasn't in control.
No, Michelle. You were.
Enough! I'm done listening to you.
Now, don't take your anger out on animated objects, Michael. Do you even know where I am?
Where are you?
I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now I'm beside you.
You're just playing around with me, Morgana. Mocking me for your own amusement.
Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much for me?
We are not close.
You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you'll also know that I am the person who truly understands you.
Enough. Enough. Enough!
Let it all go, Michelle. Curse it all with me. Despise it, kill it, make it suffer, curse it.
Please, just stop.
And where might you be going, Michelle? Wherever you run, I'll always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Now, that's quite amusing, considering I'm the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Michelle. On the contrary.
Stop talking, please. Just stop.
I want to set you free from your misery.
I can't take it anymore. Please, just be quiet. What? Who's there? Delivery.
I am here to deliver your monthly package.
See.
Michelle? Is something the matter?
I opened the door and there stood a servant of the Bollinger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. Must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A human. A normal person. Not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said, but at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch onto. Help me, please.
Pardon?
The witch. She talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you. Please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. The witch's voice is killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help.
Gone mad.
What?
You're crazy. Ugh, see, this is why I didn't want this job. having to deliver supplies to this damn cursed mansion. I'm not gonna get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that.
No. I did no such thing.
You're completely insane.
No.
I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. None of it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute.
Why? I am not crazy. I am perfectly sane. I'm not mad.
Michelle, your mind is far, far from sound.
And you're not helping. I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it! I'm not insane.
This is fun.
I won't hear it. The rich spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, did not let the things she said in. She slipped past every wall I put up, her every word warping me. There was no escape.
Curse them. Revile them. Remember. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember. Remember the scorn in their eyes. The way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them. And you can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence.
I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore.
Oh, wow. Now, why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation.
Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me.
I care for you, and everything I meant is to help you set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's small way smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values himself above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surround yourself with.
I've told you repeatedly that I would not curse anyone.
Why must you be so stubborn, my dear?
I could ask you the same. Why don't you just leave me be?
Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, and you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michelle. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had or how much hatred it installed in you, Michelle. You are a cursed man, named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon.
I am not twisted.
Do you honestly believe you're normal? No one's normal. Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You're not normal, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same.
I am nothing like you. I'm not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm human. I'm a human.
Man?
Yes, a man. Thank you.
With that body? Oh, my dear friend. Let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some say about people like you? Those who are neither male or female? That they are like unto God.
Like unto God.
Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You are not human. From the second life was first breath unto you. Your fate was decided.
No, you're wrong.
If I really were wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife. Living a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now.
I have not. I am human. I'm a person, a normal person, the youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I am an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human. Never mind my family. The archangel, whose name I shared, looked down on me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All those things combined threatened to break me. I let out screamed and stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of this place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from living the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. I had They wouldn't let me come home. They would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that would have been the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Someone, anyone, please, tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man. Anyone. Please tell me I'm not cursed. But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. Ugh! The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing, and then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain spread quickly. It spread to the rest of my body. Why am I... Water. I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity.
I don't think you need any water. Take another look at yourself.
The wet little light managed to warm its way into the corridors to guide me. I dragged myself to chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit of pink. There was nothing wrong with me, as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? And that distinct stench of burning flesh? This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana?
I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me too. Sometimes, enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think. And your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child.
I collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window. I felt like the whole world was closing in on me. Or perhaps metamorphosizing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that, which left me with only one option: to stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant that there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else, I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off of me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. In time, that became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceivable pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation.